action pets gaming.
Chill vibes tonight, chill vibes tonight. Laid back life, laid back. No stress, no fight, no stress, no fight. Throwing parts together, throwing parts. Crafting all night, all night. Get ready to build, get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Chill vibes tonight, chill vibes tonight. Laid back life, no stress, no fight, no stress, no fight. Throwing parts together, crafting all night. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right.
Well, good morning and greetings to all you travelers out there, and of course to all you builders. It's me, Kevin C, here yet again at Action Pants Gaming with another Tuesday morning build and chill. So I guess that would make this Tuesday, June the 24th of 2025, and I got 1 minute after the 10 a.m. hour. I know some of you are still sitting there in the past, and some are somehow in the future, but whatever present you happen to be in as you're catching this, I do hope it's going good. Alrighty, let's get on. I was debating it this morning. Even though building is messed, deleting a bunch of things isn't usually an issue. So I may go and delete part of the city today and prepare for some of the stuff I've done here. But I've also had a little fun doing a few things and might come in handy for what you're doing. So I'll show you if you haven't already figured it out. And we'll take a look on over to chat. We got Krusty Boots. Welcome, welcome, Chrissy. How you doing? We got the legendary legendaries. Good morning. Good evening. Like I said, some are out in the past, some are in the future. All right. Let's get rolling here. See what we got going. Alright. I gotta clean this up, I know that. We gotta do something to kind of draw some attention over to here. It's a little... we got this. But the lighting, which we've discussed, is not very good. So, we're dealing with that. But the one cool thing is we did manage to clean up this entire thing here. We no longer have all that wall top sticking out. I think I'm going to drop this down to where it should be. We'll see. It depends. I'm not sure what is attached here. What I might need to do is, bring it out. And, so that is where that is, okay. And then we'll just drop this down. It looks like we'll try half a floor panel. So we'll go through this rigmarole as per usual. And we'll try not to delete something we don't. Because that would be no fun. I've got to start getting more practice into what I preach in terms of I got to save more often. I've had a couple of close encounters recently because I just didn't simply save. Alright, so boom, boom. And we'll drop that. To there. Bring this. Oh, don't. that. I can live with that. It doesn't cover up too much of this. Nope, brings it right to the edge. Nice. The wires go underneath. That makes it look cooler. It's going to do something. And that pretty much... Oh, hey, look at that. Look at that shape. That shape look familiar to anybody? No worries, Christy. You go right ahead. That's a familiar looking shape. What do you know? I can't believe I just noticed that. Yeah, because that doesn't, now it doesn't interfere. It doesn't look like it's, if anything, it just looks like it's integrated into here somehow. I could go down the other bit, but... Oh. Half a floor panel, that would cover that there. Nah, I think we're fine where we are. I don't think we need to move that anymore. No worries, legend. Lurk away, y'all. I appreciate the time. I'm sure YouTube's algorithm. All right. Looking better. That one little technique, man, makes a huge difference for a bunch of things, I gotta be honest. Yeah, can't believe I just noticed this as the, basically the shape of could we light this with those? We'd have to flip the wall, run it that way, and it would have to be up a certain amount. Or we could hand finagle it, but, you know, we wouldn't necessarily get what we're going after. Alright, I am starting to do deco just because I'm running out of ideas currently because of lighting, mainly on how I want to attack the remainder of the tower bits. I have a feeling I am going to revert, excuse me, to some of my other building styles. Alright, so, oh, yeah. These are neat when you shrink them down because they kind of blend into these things here, right? I just did this as, you know, a quick trial. And if it's sticking out more than you want, you can, because when you shrink them down, you can still apply a floor panel. So you can, you know, finagle this down, say, if you don't want that peeking out, right? By doing the old technique that we're about to not do right now, but what I want to do here is I want to flip this floor over, double tap what's going on. more work that way. Okay. Although, it's about the same if I want to do... it doesn't really matter, does it now? It's equal amounts of work no matter how I do it. I think. Especially with glitching being the way it has been lately. And that's not what I wanted to do at all either, is it? No, it is not. So used to just flipping things around, you know? Alright, once that's like that, then... I don't wanna what? Bring it down. Let's go halfway. Actually, I wouldn't even need to do halfway if I just replace that. Because that would be in the middle. Yes. That works. And then I can go like this. Even the walls don't do that. We're too close? It might be. Well, that should be fine. That's fine. That's good. That makes a nice little frame, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. I like that. That's a nice little frame out. Be nice if they could get this stuff working again now, wouldn't it be? Uh-huh, yes it would. It surely there would be. Okay, so what if I put you interior of that? Will you still light? Curious. Dun, 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 dun. Kinda, sorta. Alright, what can we do? Ah, I know what we could do. Alright, well that's no good. This could suck. Nope, we're good. Alright, so what if we instead... And, of course, we could bring this out, and so on, and so on, and so on. But... What if I... Well, one, we could just leave it like that, right? But I don't want to. So. I mean, right now we can't really because the garbage that is going on with the lighting are a little bit, yeah. I do like the way that corners, but all right, how do I? How do I do what I want to do? Oh, what if we just? We just drop it back. Now I think we're going somewhere. Because then you could, yes, yes, yes. And now we can have a smooth surface for our lighting. Although we'd have to turn it around. Or we manually place, but I don't want to manually place. So what would we do here? We would... Well, first let's see how this lights, because I'm curious. Okay, that's weird. You a different side? Because... Okay, alright. So we can't just do that. Because it will sneak through. Although I think we can. We just gotta do it right. If I... Try and get centered here. Come on. There we go. Nope. That looks a little better. I'll grab that. We will light that. Hope that we look better. We do. Yay. Then we don't have to contend with... Yeah. Now, we could bring it out. We could, you know, have it so that the... excuse me. The, you know, the top and bottom would be usable, you know what I mean? Sergeant Belson, good morning. But that still works pretty well. I like that. I'm happy with that. So what we could do for that, you know, is It depends on how you want to do it, really. I mean, you could manually place it. You could, you know, throw a thingamajiggy there. um, I mean, it's a nice frame. I like how that works as a frame. It really does. It creates a nice little design. Tuesday, I know. Tuesday. What's up with Tuesdays? Alright, so what we could do as well, let's find another spot to throw a sign. It's gonna fit what we're trying to do. Once you move this could get a little tricky. Because I think it would bury at that point. You'd have to do something a little bit different. Because this gets a little weird. It looks flat, but it's not. So you would kind of technically have to flip or you would do it manually, but then the potential of it being way the heck off. And yeah, that's it. Alright, so but then you could do this. Which could be changed to the light, and then, yeah. And before I wire that, let's do a save. Just for now. Aha. That's why I wanted to reload. Because that offset thing doesn't always, yeah. We've been waiting for a patch. The last one that they gave us any notes on had nothing to do with the build mechanic, although the build mechanic is completely messed up right now. So that's no bueno. Try to get comfy here for a minute. All right. We reloaded. Now we should be. So you got to be really careful right now when wiring. Boom. 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 There we go. Oh, gunboat. Right on. Yeah, I miss that bloke. He'd be loving all this new stuff. He would have loved the new dope things I'm doing with those weirdo bits. Yeah, see, this doesn't, oh, it's also daytime. Yeah, that amount of distance actually does not benefit. That's kind of a bummer. So you sort of have to... Ooh, well, say that's buried in there, damn it. Alright, so... That's sort of a bummer. Now, I could, manually do all this, but... I want to try... And I kind of am manually doing it. I mean, we want the lighting. It's not going to be the same as, when I do slide the, the floor tile over the light. Definitely lights it better, I think. And we'll do some sort of, but right now, the lighting is so off that I can't make a real judgment in general. Yeah, see how that hits something? Alright. So what we could try too, though, is we could try, kind of bringing it up to that, but no. There we go. That can better of a lighting. But one more time, we don't know. Not bad. It's not good either, though. I mean, I like the frame, don't get me wrong, that part I like a lot. What I'm not digging is we're not getting any light out of this, so... At the bottom now. Alright. Yeah, it is a little bit off, isn't it? Why is that sticking at something? You stick it to it. Alright, let's try this one. It's better. We won't know until we see it at night, and should probably change the color of it. But something tells me we should probably go up one more. Or I should just do it like the way I did it on that one, but that one's tough to say how I did that. Because I don't have the same material here, so. Sort of a pain, but not horrible. Now I know it probably takes like a few of them, you know what I mean? You just do it once instead of trying to figure it out like we're doing at the moment. But this should do it. If it doesn't, well. And I don't know what to say. Now I gotta flip it around anyway. I do know that. But I'm hoping this should do it. Looks better. Yeah. There it is. Alright, so we're going to do like 3 or 4 of them. Perfect. But, you know, if you just copy it right where it is, kind of center yourself on it, you know, it just kind of pops out a little bit. You know, it doesn't have to be, you know, and if you're doing a 3 like this one here, then you could go full page, you know, or full floor. I will. This is a temporary sign at the moment. I just wanna see what it does. And it does provide nice framing. It really does. And you could frame it out further if you wanted. I need more decal. Yes, I do. There's not enough. I need more, and more. Give me more, give me more, give me more. I want to see how it starts to. Ooh, we can actually go pretty large on these. Okay. Because it wraps over the side, which isn't ideal, but. Alright, that's kind of cool actually. Yeah, let's see what it does with the poster. The posters don't get very large. We come from France. Close, but not quite. And again, we got to change the background color too. That would help. Alright, let's do a check on everything. Make sure we're looking halfway decent. This seems to be okay, except for floor panels, which we can add. I'm just checking the balconies. Why do my hands look weird? All right, that's interesting. This game. Was he dabbing? What the hell? Why is... Don't do this to me, controller. What is your major malfunction today? Yeah, look at this. Alright, does it got change if I move him somewhere? No. Alright. So you kind of stuck in a... The cape moves, but then... What's going on with his arms, though?
Get right down to it, this far inside the head, it all looks the same. No, don't tug on that. You never know what it might be attached to.
Yeah. Star Wizard, good morning. Thanks for stopping. Yeah, Gunboat. You know I'm up. We got you, homie. Yeah, so, yeah, okay. Let's see if it changes. What is going on with the arms? Is this new? Can anyone tell me? Have you seen this? It looks like VR almost. You know what I mean? Like it's doing some sort of VR pose or the cape's stuck. The head doesn't move when you're looking at it. Well, it is funny. But see, now look. Then the head turns away from you? No worries, Gumbo. We were just saying we're there for you, homie. And how much we do miss the Zoom Man. And then we were looking at the wackiness of this game as per usual. Excuse me. Alright. Wonder if it's because I have my torch on. Nope. Alright. Oh, that lights up nicely, doesn't it? That ain't too shabby. Not shabby at all. No, no, no. We do need to make a different color, though. That I think needs to happen. Ah. Alright, let's do a color change on this. Let's see what our options are. And it doesn't really do a whole lot on a lot of these, I notice. I like the teal and blue. Ooh. Aged stone. Alright. I dig that. But then coloration change doesn't really happen too much, does it? No. That's still dope. Alright. What? The hell? Wow. Wow. That's a real difference. Why did I not notice that before? Although I bet you it looks better when they get the lighting and the textures working back the way they're supposed to. But that is pretty cool. Is there a pattern in that? There is. I think. This one's turned. Do you see the pattern? Do you see the thing I am referring to? All right, eye test for everyone. How did I notice that the one in the middle is turned? Can't tell on this one, but I think this one is also. No, this one's in the same direction. Other than the wire point, and actually the wire point doesn't tell you. The pattern on the stone. There's a pattern on the stone. Let's go take a look at it. I dig it. That's pretty cool. I dig it. I'm a big old fool. All right, let's do that one vertically somewhere, shall we? Where's a good spot for a vertical sign? Wish these came in different sizes. Flurbada burbada burbala. Alright, never mind. I'm going to show you this first before I try to figure that out. Jay, what's going on? Alright. So. If we look at this floor panel, you can see sort of a bow shape here. The knot in the bow, the two ribbons on the side. Then followed by this kind of peak down where the bow comes down. See here, boom. And then these rocks that mirror each other here. Okay, and if you look here, this also mirrors. Okay. So if you look down here, here's the bow. Right here. Kind of have a starburst coming out of it as well. See that little starburst? Yeah, I don't know how I noticed this stupid crap. Do you see what I'm talking about, or am I insane? Well, we know the answer to that question, but Am I insane for noticing that? I wonder if it mirrors on the other side. Ooh, put one here. No? No what? You're saying no, but to what? No, because it needs to be a 3-panel. Alright, we're going to need to figure this out. Oh, wait a minute. I can do it off of here. I certainly can, because it's already almost set up for me, isn't it? Yes, indeed it is. Ha ha ha. Let's try this. What are you saying, Star Wizard? I don't think it mirrors on the underside. Ah, gotcha. What's the plan? There's never a plan, you know that. Now I want to do this sign, but this way, horizontally. And if we could change the color of the lighting effectively, we could do, you know, I think better. And this one here in the dark, just it's only highlighting certain bits. I'm not sure. Wait a minute. Yeah, I am. Look, I'm not sure how I'm gonna. Yes, I do. I think I know how I can do it. Because the problem is with that tube light, because it's got those legs sticking out of it, right? It's got those legs sticking out. And if you look here, the sign's tilted this way because this is not flat. This area, I'm hitting something, so you can kind of see it sloping upwards. This I think I managed to get. Well, no, it's the lighting currently is off, Jay. Like all of it is off. It's not quite right. There's something, you know, definitively wrong with texture and lighting at the moment. And, you know, it's real noticeable when you get into these pieces and see how kind of blurry they are. And also the snap points on things, you know, being an, oh yeah, we never finished this. Forget that, that's right, damn it. You know what? Damn it. Do I want to continue to go up? There's so much more work I gotta do here. Fluff another. This is why I didn't want to get into structural stuff today, because I knew there's a bunch of crap. I'm like, yeah, this kind of looks all right. And then it's like, oh shoot, how do I finish that? How do I end it? How do I, you know? But I'm loving this kind of thing. These phase into stuff really well. so far. It's just, you know, all the light panels, you can't change the color on them. And, you know, when you do, it's not the color that you're asking for, you know. So the color palette is currently off. That is not red. Nor is that orange. That's yellow. But see where I'm going with this? Weird, 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 weird. Not quite. Are they doing... alright. I get it now. But no. But look when it lights, alright? And this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, it's that color now. But if I light that, it's that weird thing. You know? That one's kind of neat. And again, you know, that one seems the brightest currently, which is ironic because it's the black tile. All right. Look at me struggle. Try to figure this out. It should be fixed at some time. Yeah, exactly, Jay. It's part of the, you know, the makeup of the floor panel, but all right. At least these look a little different. Yes, it is. Yeah, see how much brighter that is? Okay. So let's try different. Yeah, okay, let's give that a shot. Make sure we get a little bit of color variant right now. And then what we could do here, because I don't dig on any of this yet at the moment, get rid of these. Oh. Yeah, there's that pattern. See, now it's upside down. Yeah, I could do that. Give me a hot minute. I mean, these are pretty much phased into this, but I can do that, yes. All right, so currently Come on. You stinky piece of fruit. Being such a pain lately. Why? Thank you. Well, one, with the stone floor, you get this sort of thing, right? Which does look cool. Do not mistake. Right? Downside, you're locked. Right? You can't snap anything to this at this point. It is locked out. Right? So you have to set up your lighting ahead of time. You have to dig on what you're looking at. And, you know, if you want to change something, whoa. Whoa, what the? Oh, digging that. Yeah, see, this is why I like the backwards one. But still, that's pretty dope. Alright. That's the floor or the light? I can't tell, hold on. I think that's the floor. And then if I want the light, no, that's definitely the floor. Which one's the light? This is the light. Alright, hold on. Alright. Dagnabbit. No, this isn't the light. This is the floor. Alright. But how? Polished alloy, it looks nothing like it. This looks like stone. What the heck? The light should still be here, but it is not. What happened? Oh, I know what happened. I mixed a... I think I accidentally mixed a... I think I accidentally changed the, instead of the light, I kept the stone. Yes. I'm an idiot. Okay. All right. Unfortunately, I can't switch it back to a light floor. All right. But that does look kind of cool. Like something looks weird there. What's wrong? Yeah, it's knowing which one is which. Okay, so that's the floor panel. That's the light. All right, that's the light. The front is the light. The back is the floor panel. Okay. Oh, no, wait. That's the light. Because I'm seeing the electrical contact. So where's the floor? We're out of luck. Yeah, so once you do that, the light takes over. The collision bubble of that. Damn it. So you would have to know what you're doing ahead of time. I mean, yes. If this was facing the proper way, like if I were to do it the other way, backwards. Actually, should we try something else? Let's try the new floor panel. Damn you. Fine. I should probably actually put this somewhere. Alright, so then we do... That should be fine. It is going to do a little bit of an offset because of it. But BFD... Good. And I guess that's a sticker that I hit the right trigger to cycle part, and I got a sticker. Interesting. Oh. Yeah, see, this is what I normally do, is I usually color it this color, right? It should swap out, right? What am I on here? But that may not work in this case. But let's see what it looks like when we throw a light floor in there. Ah, shoot. And that's got to go the other way. A towel. Wow. And then this has got to change, because if it doesn't... I forgot what color I made this. Gray and black, I think. By the way. Wait a minute. Hold on. Shoot. Give me a second. This might be a little harder than I thought. Because I gotta move. Actually, if the light's where it is, we need to figure out how to move that one. Alright. This should face that way. Okay. And the halfway point. And it's a little brighter, but about the same of what I have right now. So, but the thing is, this upside down doesn't provide the same sort of, you know, interlocking frame corner bits. I mean, there's a ton of different ways you could do it. You know, you could throw a you know, I could do it like so. You know, have the block here, and then take the pyramid and keep stacking them. You know, there's a multitude of ways to get things done, but you know, in this instance, I need the, you know, I want the back of the floor over the front of the light floor. You know what I mean? So that the sticky outy electrical nub isn't poking through the front. Sticky outy bit. do that wrong? Did do that wrong. Duh, I thought I had to flip it for some reason. But no, I did not. Actually, I would for the other. Yeah. I knew I had to do something. So the light floor first. You can tell I'm still waking up. Yes. The new textures are also quite interesting. Like, I don't even know if I changed this back to, no, I didn't. So now I'm kind of wanting a lighter tone over there. Just got to remember the order. The game worked properly. Thank you. You know, there's multiple ways to do it. Easy, depending on what, you know, what you're using, where you are, what situation you're in. You know, what your setup is. That's what I love about this game. Is it, you know, multiple ways to achieve the same thing. I don't know about black. I mean, it's great for doing things, but there's another color variant that I had before that was working better. More of a gray tone. But it does back these nicely. Like, that's pretty cool. Alright, I'm not gonna argue here. It's actually quite neat. Got a good 3D effect to it. Oh wow. That really adds an interesting 3D sort of, you know, gives it some shading. Oh wow. Yeah, that's cool. That's neat. That really adds a whole different dimension, doesn't it? That stone. That's really nice. I like that. And that's the backside. The moon? I meant that. Which one are you referring to? I may or may not have it. I have the solar system one, the blue system decal. Got that. The Stargazer and the Titan. Single moon, no NPC. Oh, the solar system one. This one? Oh, you can't get too close to it. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. Got that all over the place, so. Hey, what happened to the Atlas sticker that was here? Oh, I must have deleted that by accident. Oh, well. Perfect. Yeah, I like that new texture. It really does change the entirety of that. Like, it gives it way more depth. Like, it really does. The gold one. Downside is if I change. Yeah, I can keep one of them. What do you mean the gold one? Oh, okay. This one you mean? The Titan one? Which sticker is this? Just gonna make no sense in here. Adrift? Yeah. Makes sense. We could do this one. Yeah, but then I'd have to remove the Titan from this one and put the... Yeah, I don't want to have too much of the Atlas. I had a big Atlas over this that looked kind of neat, but the lighting on it is wrong. I got to redo this sign. It needs better lighting. The Atlas one shows a ton of depth. This needs a redo. A redo. Alright, so I do have to put that up first. Yeah, I did until they change it. If I could get this to light properly. Yeah, I kind of wanted it over his visor, but you might be right. I had it, of course, I already had it the way I wanted it, and then, you know, this is too typical. It doesn't flow as well. Oh, now I'm thinking about switching this out for 2 floor panels, making it rough stone, just having it, you know, but this has a sheen to it when it's lit. That looks neat. It looks like it says something. Jay, I don't know. I've been trying to figure out how to light this because I like the color and the sheen that this, the part gives. Whatever the heck this is again. The flat panel. Although it's all crooked, I gotta redo it. I'm just messing around now, just making nonsense. Could do, but again, we gotta deal with the freaking. So what if I... Yeah, see, that's the problem with these, right? It's the hiding of it. Although, alright, hold on. You know what? Redo. Let's get a redo. Thank you for the suggestion, by the way. Alright, we need to find a place where this sits flat, which this is that, I guess. Is it leaning forward? Or does it just appear to be leaning forward? Leaning forward. Ever so slightly. Is that the color I had? No. There it is, okay. Alright. It is. Yeah, it doesn't sit flat on this for some reason. It looks flat, right? And then if I go to, then I have to do that, which sucks. and you can't see it, so you know what I mean? And that's about as good as that's going to get. Oh, that's so much better. Now that it's not sticking out of here. Looks like it was supposed to be like that. And again, I can't believe it took me this long to notice that that's where the new light comes from. That shape, that little bow tie shape. This shape looks very reminiscent of this shape. Just this has the lights in it. Whoop. Yeah, this is where I did not calculate. You have to. But see, it doesn't barely. We're going to have to redo that, unfortunately. So I think I need to put the light in first. At least on part of it. Alright, hold on, actually. Let me see if... Because sometimes... when I do that and then I move it... I thought it might have dropped in further, but it doesn't make a difference here, apparently. Okay. Come on. Hard to tell with that bit of glare. Yeah, it's leaning a little. And it's nowhere where I want it. And now it's gonna... Alright. Alright. Make it difficult for me, why don't you? No, damn it. And this sucks. It's like, come on. But then you gotta go through the whole rigmarole again. Use full set, but it's... It doesn't cast a whole heck of a lot of light, right? Ah, maybe this light? Yeah, just thinking the vertical bit. Houston, we have a problem. Well, the downside though is the post, still shows. I don't know if I dig that. Alright, and yeah, we got a problem here as well. go forward. Then that's gonna damn collision bubbles. Dusty, thank you for gifting that membership. All right. For Katrine, awesome. Right on, right on. Thank you. All right, on Jesse. Take care. Thank you for swinging in. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Wow, this is not at all joyful. Especially since I can't see anything at this angle. And it's a real pain that I can't See, I don't even like that. That it doesn't copy in the same direction. The whole point is to be able to copy that and repeat it without having to re-struggle to get it to be lined up properly. You know what I mean? Another biscuit. I don't care. Yes, I do. Right. And it's crooked. See, you should be able to copy it and have it be what you need. Oops. Alright, that's getting saved right there, because I am not realigning that again. Light. We need light. Light, light, light. Like I said, everything is a little wonky right now with the lighting. It's not quite working properly. I don't want to have a stack of, a bunch of pill lights out to. And this is a lot like our other light. Yeah, a little bit. And we tried doing the light floors, but they didn't really do a whole heck of a lot this last time. Let me try something though. I want to see something. Alright, not perfect, but let me try something. Let's see if this works. I might not have been close enough last time. Aha! But what do we end up with? Hotspots, though, right? Yeah, wicked hotspots. But that's better if we could just. All right, so. If I take the light floor, no, because that's going to be too. Damn it! Did we save? Yeah, we saved after that, right? Yeah, we did. Tell me we did. I think we did. All right, almost time for a break. I don't think we've done it. Have we done a break yet? I don't remember if we have. No, we haven't. I think it's getting about time for a break. My coffee's all gross. All right, we have a good save point. All right, excellent. All right, this is what I'm going to do. All right, we need to see where. Yeah, my back is starting to get like, you need to take a break. All right, so if that's here, here. Sorry, I got a builder, Hushie. Trying to figure out where I should place this. Because if we do this offset, then when we go to light it, no worries, Jay. Thanks for stopping in. Hope you have a good one. This is my days of escape real life. And that one did not do. Uh-huh. Well, that's no good, is it? All right, well, this is a good time to reload. Let's take a little breather. Sounds like the tunes have ended a bit. And we will. I know I have to fix the blue joint over there. I kind of like the way it's like a little bit darker on some of them, like not all the windows are on, but you know, at the same time, not everybody's home. All right, reload, restore. All right, it's time for a break. I need to get up, peel my peepers away from the screen, stretch out, warm up my coffee, do a little bio break. You know the routine. We're going to be gone a few minutes. Excuse me. I definitely need to warm up my coffee. Might not be enough to get me through the rest, but we'll try. Man, there's a lot of crazy stuff, and we got to wait for the fixes of things. I do like the new textures, at least what they look like at the moment. But yeah, we'll have to figure this out. One day at a time with No Man's Sky. We need the patches soon. There's a bunch of building stuff that needs to happen. We need some help here in the building world. We need some stuff fixed. Lighting, textures, positions of parts, and the textures as well, I believe. Stuff I've seen in the past, so I'm hoping will be fixed at some point. All right, y'all. For those of you who got to get going, thanks for stopping in and keeping us company for a bit. Do appreciate it. Don't forget to hit that like and subscribe, leave a comment and all that jive if you haven't already done so. Hit that notification bell. Tell you when I'm on again. But for those of you sticking around after the break, and we'll do a bit more of this, get up, do the same, and we'll see you soon. All right. Couple of minutes. You know how it works. Be right back.
Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Raindrops tap, not a soul around. Everything's still and my mind's unwound. Shapes in the mist, colors so bright. Nip, nip haze, feels like midnight. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Clouds roll in, it's a mellow scene. Lights flicker soft like a faded dream. Laser beams cut through the rain. Easy vibes drifting like a train. Nip, nip in the air, feeling so right. Chasing lights, lasers in the night. All the pretty shapes, they spin so slow. Roll the smoke, let the rhythm flow. Raindrops tap, not a soul around.
Get right down to it, this far inside the head, it all looks the same. No, don't tug on that. You never know what it might be attached to.
All right. let's get back into this, shall we? This pain in the arse. It's still tilted freaking forward, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Son of a biscuit. It's driving me sad. Completely batty. Alright, that's... Now it's a little too far on the top. Yeah, this is insanity, my friends. Especially because I have to do the rotation every single time. Like, if I want to keep it like that, I should be able to keep it like that, you know what I mean? I'm hoping. Nope. And I gotta switch it back to free place every time, instead of it just staying as a free placement until I switch it back. Ah, son of a biscuit. See, it looks like it's flat until about there. No, no worries, Legend, no worries. You know me. Keep going till I get overly frustrated. Like now. Alright, we're gonna try something here. Try starting here. And then moving it over. No. No, damn it. Ah, every time. Every bloody time. I give up. This is a freaking nightmare and a half. It's like, nah, I'm gonna make it look like you're in the right position, but not really. See? I think I'm being a little obsessive at this point. Okay, let's stop. Alright, so what we need to do now is we need to get this out. Do the same here. Then we need to grab light floor. Oop. I need to do that. That. Let's come up there. Let's go up the floor panel. Actually, I wonder if I should just go up a short wall. Nope, needs a little more. Okay. Ah, shoot. You know what? I know how to do it now. Okay. Yeah, but see, then the hot spots are off. Ah! Maybe just two? One top, one bottom? Oh no, I just got back from Break Legend. I mean, I could try to put this over the top of that, you know. Son of a bitch. It's very difficult to tell. Right, that's as good as it's getting. did I already say that? I think I did. Yeah, but unfortunately, with what we're dealing with here, we kind of have no choice. Because there's weird phasing and whatnot, especially when you make these larger, but I'm sure it's a similar thing when it's smaller, but once you expand upon that. Alright, now, if we do the same, haha, ha 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 ha, see? Now I'm kind of thinking. Alright, so if I take this, and say start it here. Do that. Then have this nightmare problem. That. Hmm. The other one to do the same process. I know right where that is. Oh, I found it. Okay. Yeah, and it's not peeking out. Okay, we're okay with that then. I'm alright. Take a look at that. At least we know that these are going to be hot spot in the same spot anyway. May not be centered on the board, but at least it's all in the same spot. So, see, but it just hot spots. It doesn't spread at that floor panel. You know what I mean? While it is neat, it doesn't quite. That's not too bad. Some sort of alien language. Really digging the texture on that other stuff, though. That we need to explore a little bit more. Ah. Can't see anything there. Again, it just gets those hot spots, you know what I mean? And it's not very nice. For that particular thing, I guess that works. Alright, now I want to do this vertically or horizontally somewhere. I thought we had a spot for that. Ship might get in the way on that one. Didn't we already... We had a place for that. Yeah, this is going to be a nightmare. Yeah. Nope. I ain't bothering with that. Hold on, let me if I do it this way. No. Yeah. Damn it. Be nice if you could snap scaled parts, but you can't, so. That's a bummer. I'm just trying to get some light and whatnot in here. It's like we're missing a lot of lighting. That is the biggest bit missing out of here. Alright, where am I going to put this? Where am I going to put this? Where am I going to put this? Let's try it here. Okay. Why the heck not? This will drive me nuts. Ah, see, and already I don't want that. I want to flip that around. Okay. So, now what I gotta do is place that on here. Grab the cube. Place that with a cube. Place that. With that. Yep. And now we can go. We'll replace the, that. Oh no, wait a minute. Damn it. Alright, we want that for... Whoa, look at that. You see the face in there? The eyes. The nose. Like an upside down skull. You know, when you see a skull nose. Yeah, there's some pattern in these floors that is really very cool. It doesn't make a difference. I would have to do each one of these individually. Yes. Okay. Really? Decided to change that like that. Okay. All right, now I can put in what I want to put in the way I want to put it in. I probably shouldn't have deleted that, but oh well. We'll deal with that after. But what we are going to do is we're going to save. I wonder if I should go out one more. Make it wrap. Hard enough to do 3. Never mind 4. much of a difference is it? Well, once that's in the middle, I only have to do one then, yeah, because there. But the floor, on the other hand, when I want to put that in, then we would have to do that, because that's not going to work any other way. I mean, we could do the front, which would give us a weird bit, but actually, you know what? We haven't looked at that yet. True. Let me see what it does. If anything, it may not do a darn thing. And as a matter of fact, it did absolutely nothing. It's too thin, you can't see around it. It basically, you know, hugs that bit. So then, and it's a thin floor panel apparently. We try this one. We're gonna get the same effect where we basically outline it like so. So what we could do for these is we could do a, you know, a half floor panel back sort of thing. And move the light floor back. So if we do, say we do this, let's see what happens. I mean, that's in the same spot. So if I take, I can move the light floor back, it doesn't really matter. Let's move the light floor back. Alright, so if I move the light floor back, the Quack Gamer! What's going on over here? I'm just noodling around and with the new parts. What's going on here? You know, just trying to figure out a way to make these sort of look like buildings, actually do stuff where you can walk around in there, and you know, you have, didn't I do the, I thought I did the roof to this the other day. Did I not save? Base is not uploadable. What the Forkenheimer? No, I did save, because this is all here. Sound author, what's going on? Yeah, just noodling. Noodling. No, that's all. Fine and dandy. I'm over count again. Never ending. I could have sworn we, what are we at, 34 over count? $33 over count. Yeah, well, it's been kind of problematic, so you're not missing a whole lot right now. Although the new settlements are supposed to be pretty cool. They need to not have a build limit, damn it. Yeah, that's nice. That's halfway through. That's going to light nicely. And we don't have to worry about you know, cutting through all funky, right? This we can reverse. And we don't have to, you know, we don't gotta force everything in there. You know, we don't gotta, now we just snap it. I don't have to do, I mean, I could have done that here with this, but if I want to keep it the other way, I can. I don't have to, you know, if I want to have an option, I can take a look at my option and Again, this doesn't do a whole hell of a lot, but it's a nice hotspot, you know? And it's got the hotspot, rather, excuse me. It's not a nice hotspot. And with this, this obviously seems to work the best. But for this particular thing, you know, one, I'd want to change the color. And we'd want to flip these around. Or not. That doesn't look too shabby either. I mean, as usual, it depends on what you're looking to achieve. Now we're going to try just do one of these. And, you know, we could change it up more, obviously, because now that those light floors are backed off a little bit, you'll get a different snap point with the light floor. Like so. And now you get that cool little bit. Because that light floor is just enough back where you can now stack that, you know. I haven't really done too much experimenting with design yet because we just got the parts, but, you know, oops. And because, although we might not necessarily need to, you know what I mean? I could take that out, and then move this forward. We could even have, you know, something a little crazier. If we so chose. And obviously, you can do it in all kinds of funkadelic ways. There we go. You know, I've been doing that for some time. You know that. Do it all the time. A collision bubble. Big time collision bubble. Half of this is getting this to work. There's so many, there we go. Alright. I like this, but it's too far forward. Am I going to want to mess with that and bring that in just a bit? I could. Why not? What else are we doing? I don't have any life. We could do this. Hold on. Yes, this technique is awesome, but it's also very time consuming. But it's worth the effort in the end, in my opinion, because it allows you to do some neat little subtleties. And people are like, how'd you do that? You're like, well, I have no life, and I spend all this time moving tiny increments. Oh. Like, why are you jumping? That's better. So you can, now what we do here is we just bring it out a little bit. right? So it's not so bulky. Now we just have this front part here, right? That's all I wanted. And now we should be able to just drop that from that, right? Dad, what's going on? How you doing? We may even not need this one. Not too bad, though. What if we can come back just a smudge? I don't think we can. Alright, let's try moving that a couple different. See, that's right on the edge. Yeah, that's the best we're gonna get right there. Oh, that's... I like that. Are we alright with that? I don't know about the goat stuff, but I do alright in this game. Building. Only because I'm insane. I feel like that needs to be lower, right? I think we don't need the... I think the top one is plenty. Unless... Hold on. What am I thinking? Okay, now if I do that. Not 100%, but not bad. I mean, we're on our way to something there. I like the idea. It vibes with the stuff already there. Alright, not horrible. Alright, now that we saved, did I save? Did I actually hit the save button? I think I did. Alright. Now, if I don't want this lower one, which we don't have to have, but say I want to that, and will you not do that? I do that. No. No. That's a baked and oh, they're good, buddy. All right, now. Could rotate that. See what that looks like. Just a single light. Oh, that looks better. That looks more appropriate. I mean, the other one's cool too, but that actually looks like a light over it. You know, it almost looks like it's illuminating. Yep, alright, let's keep that. And this sort of matches this in a weird way. Not 100% in love with these. Yeah, you can spend all kinds of time trying to figure out what you want to do. But I have a feeling what we had was the way to go. And since we can't flip them anymore, no reversing of the stickers. We used to be able to, but we can't anymore. We're left with not as many options. Later, Star Wizard. Yeah, it's getting close. I'm almost at 4 hours here, so I should probably think about vacating and getting some food. I mean, this might, you know, do well as well. But I guess for now, this will be alright. Yeah, the only other way to do it would be to somehow figure out how to get this over each spot, but then you would extend out, you know, past where you want to be. Alrighty. And we could finagle and futz around with the, you know, positioning of all this stuff here. But for now, I think it works just fine. Eh, it's all right. We could just, I'm just, we could move this whole operation down lower. Uh, ooh, already better. Wow. Man, that aged stone bit. I gotta say. Makes a huge difference on appearance. Like what you end up putting there makes a gigantic difference. And some of these, fold behind, some go forward. Can we just use these? Yes, we did. Yes, this is the way to go. Good luck trying to balance this though. Brightest sign in the universe. And too much. But you get the idea. You see where I'm going with all this. And the best time to do these is obviously at night. And then this forever problem. And these don't even match a normal floor panel, really. You know? You know, in two completely different shapes, you can't oppose, you know, mirror these, which is kind of a bummer. Hold over. And I've already got what I want to put there over there somewhere. Individually, this one's nice. I'm gonna have to make that one again. That works out real well, actually. I love that. That's a great combo. Why have I not put that together already once before? Yeah, that's sick. That's a perfect combination right there. All right. Well, we've seen a few things here today that we can definitely be messing about with. And obviously, you know, we could add other things and yarda yarda yar, yarda la larda da. But yeah, that new texture, I'm liking the rough stone texture. I just wish there was a different way for some of this stuff to, you know, this actually should probably go up a little bit. Or I could manually place that, I suppose. And then we could just, ooh. Alright, I don't like the fact that we don't get a... You know, sometimes the way they do things here, I don't quite understand. But it doesn't come over. That's the problem, right? It doesn't fold into that. It just ends up being... This should snap from here, right? Did I remove that? No, I shouldn't have to remove that. Because that is further back. Ah. Forget it. It's not supposed to be here anyway. Duke. Like this is... shoots too far out this way. But what happens if I take that, replace... that with that. Then take that off of there, do that, do that. You get this wackiness. Yeah, we already did it like this. I think that's what I just did. Oh, oh, oh. Is that what I want, though? That's what I want. Okay. I mean, this is just being silly, okay? And you could repeat this on the bottom and then do something. I mean, this is what I love about this game is all the wackiness that is potentially doable. You know what I mean? I kind of liked the yellow one. It made it look like it was lit. This might be a little too much. You know, who's to say? But it is. It's, you know, it's distracting. You know, the light enough would be fine. Or, you know, we would have to do... Yeah, we'd come up with something. But this was basically just showing, you know, by just doing a half floor panel adjustment, it opens up a bunch of possibilities in terms of, you know, decorative, changing the look of things. Well, thank you, Seth. So, you know, just, you know, when you're trying to come up with a new idea, you know, for something different to look at, you know, just that little bit, and I don't have to move a bunch of things around. That half floor panel does a whole lot. And then, you know, when you put them in together like this, it creates an interesting, you know, look in itself. And then if you throw stickers over stuff like this, you know, you get all this crazy other stuff going on. So, really just, as I always say, just start throwing some parts at the wall, see what sticks. Because you can make a bunch of changes. You know, without a lot of effort. And then obviously you can build off of all this, create a stack of these, you can go sideways, you could neaten it up a little bit more, you know, you could, etc., 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 etc. All kinds of stuff you can do. Yeah, the new stuff is great. The new stuff is. Okay, so yada 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 yada. Words, stuff. All right, I gotta get going. We've been on for 4 hours and 20 minutes, and I need to get some food. I am starving Marvin here. If I get somewhere funky and new with this, or we get the patch later on today, I will be back. But unfortunately, I have to work tomorrow, so unfortunately, I can't. I probably won't be streaming unless I get out of work at a decent hour, but I have a feeling I'm not gonna. I hope I do, but we'll see what happens. Anybody on that we know of? Is there somebody rateable? And there's so many things we could do with this, again, I went a little bit crazy here. What else is new? I will trim this down, and I have a feeling I'm just going to do the ones as the legs. But we'll see. I kind of like what we got going on. It's interesting enough. Although now I'm looking at this like, shoot, that needs to be centered in here. So I'll have to fix that. And it's not lit enough, in my opinion. But all right, y'all. Thanks so much for hanging out with me today. And we're kicking around trying to figure out these new parts. But I think these new parts need some help. I think we are due for a build mechanic fix. I gotta come back over here. So there are definitely some issues with the build mechanic that need to be addressed. But aside from that, these new parts are pretty darn cool. They're a lot of fun to mess with. So, again, I want to thank y'all. Until next time, this has been me, that weirdo Kevin C. here at Action Pants Gaming, saying don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, leave a comment, and all that jive. And until next time, don't forget to... Oh, yeah, and I'm wishing you a little bit of love, peace, and Starship Grease. Get your action pants on. Get out there. Start building some wild and wacky stuff. All right, y'all. We'll see you soon. Take care. Enjoy the rest of whatever time of day you got going on. We'll see you soon. Bye, everybody.
Action Pants Gaming.
Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. Laid back. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing parts together. throwing parts, crafting all night. Get ready to build, get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Let's make it right. Gonna make it right. Chill vibes tonight. Chill vibes tonight. Laid back life. No stress, no fight. No stress, no fight. Throwing pots together. Crafting all night. Get ready to build. Let's make it right. Let's make it right.